Morning all. Okay. Or rather afternoon. Sorry, afternoon here. It's 1 in the afternoon in the UK. Right. So, focus on the Nakamura game to start off with, and switch into others which are interesting. So, on the event highlights, we have Friedman against Kamsky. We have Robson is playing against Neidisch. He's one of my favourite German grandmasters, actually. Neidisch, very creative. There's an immortal game of his on the channel. He plays even the King's Indian Defence. Anyone that plays the King's Indian Defence is interesting in the book. And we've got Akobian, Akobian, who I've met in real life, very nice guy. So he's playing against Barem Ids. So let's see, let's have a look at the Nakamura game. So I haven't quite started yet. I hope sound's okay. Is there sound? I assume so. It's not usually a sound problem. Okay. Right. Evening here in India. Hi, Krishna Kampf. Okay, let's see. So Mir, actually I should really go and get my iPad as well for some extra information. Just realised. I'm just going to grab my iPad. Okay. Let's see the rankings of these players. So D4 from Nakamura. Neidisch is actually the top German player, 2737. This guy Mir, he's number 3 in Germany, 2619. So a Nimzo Indian or a Queen's Indian. So it depends now on the next move. So if white plays knight c3, that's like Nimzo Indian with, you know, bishop b4. If white plays knight f3, it's queen's. So if you're going to play the Nimzo Indian, you really need to know the. Unfortunately, you need to know the Queen's Indian stuff with knight f3. How comes my arrows are not working or anything today? So knight c3 was played, d5. What have I done? Oh, I got an examine board instead of I'm joking. Let's try this again. New game board. No, I'm just going crazy. It's the right clicks and stuff. So knight f3. Yeah. Doubt it. Knight f3. So probably. I think Naka's got a tendency to play sometimes taking maybe for bishop f4. I don't think I've usually seen him go into a normal queen's gambit declined with bishop g5. Let's see how these other games are going then. So Robson against Knightish is a French defence. We've got a French defence going on there. Winnower. So Knightish playing the French defence. And we've got... don't tell me. Veruzin is playing boring with black, so has he been asked to draw with black? The others try for a win or something. Petrov. Dole. See on the preview here. Whoops. On my preview. The board's messed up here. A little bit. Go back to the Nakamura game. It's not that exciting at the moment. Okay, so and Friedland against Kamsky. Alright, he's played bishop g5. Alright, so Friedland against Kamsky. It's looking... what? a5? That's interesting. Don't usually see that. a5. Haven't seen that for a while. So Queen's Indian territory with a5. So I guess it reserves bishop a6, supported by the knight and the rook. And it also might mean a4 is useful later, at some point. Canada on board. Hello there, Harry Posner. The board's slightly skewed or not. E3, what is this? It's got very versatile repertoire. Just to play this Queen's Gambit declined. Oh. I don't know if one should be disappointed with this. I don't know. Nakamura's playing d4 nowadays, like this. Okay, or maybe it depends on tournaments. But anyway, so, but there is an interesting line to play against Veruzin. Oh, he's played the interesting line with knight c3. So White wants to try for a win. So this is a dynamic line where you play knight c3. You don't mind the doubled pawns, and White could end up castling queenside. So I think this guy's playing for a win. The opening statement here is choosing a dynamic line against this Petrov. So actually Anand once beat Coulson in this line, very young Coulson at the time, with this knight c3 line. What do you guys think? I thought first it was like novelty value, now it's become much more mainstream to play like this with knight c3. It does bring, you know, some dynamism, but it's whites that sacrificed a bit of pawn structure to bring this like imbalances into the position here, so white can try and castle queenside later. And there's some games on the channel. Natalia Polganina, there's a game with the h pawn. It went up to h6 in one game, but sometimes you want to open the h file. But generally, white castles queenside and enjoys pressure on d6. There's a game, you know, Viciana against Carlsen, where d6, the d file was pressurized. Magnus sacrificed the pawn with c6 later. So this central d file is important sometimes for white, as well as moving the h pawn later. So Nakamura against Mir. Let's just quick. How do we? Okay, we'll switch to that. Can't easily switch to that. Okay. There. Right. So nothing too extreme at the moment. Although maybe Naka's going to throw now something in like Queen C2, which would give a hint. If he plays Queen C2, there's a hint of castling queenside, just for a laugh. A slight hint. I know it's probably, I don't know what the probability of castling queenside is here, but with Nakamura it goes up, I think, generally, that he might want to try and castle queenside. Queen C2, I got 50 points there. Yeah. H6. Okay, yeah, what would white do? Okay, bishop H4. White might be tempted to castle queenside and just later to get some sort of, you know, pawn avalanche going. Maybe h3, bishop moving back, g4. I don't know. Maybe he's just going to castle kingside, but I don't know. I think you can't really guarantee that, especially after queen c2. That provision has been made for castling queenside, so that could be a mega exciting game here. You never know. But we've definitely got some excitement going on, despite Akovian wanting a dull game. We've got white playing this variation, so that should be an interesting game. And we've got an interesting French defence with Naidish playing the French defence. What's happened here? Let's have a look at this for a moment. So this is, I guess, all Winnower theory being rattled out. I actually got a couple of books on the Winnower. I've never gone through them. too much work, out of date now anyway, so who cares. So black, usually it's a bit of a risk to castle kingside in the Winnower. I think my good friend Alex Avlantes, he was playing an IM in the Classic a couple of years back, and he castled kingside, and there were some basic problems with this diagonal. This bishop is kind of dangerous on h7. White's got some sort of pressure on the king side, but it all depends if black can liberate with e5 later. I mean, white even tried, there's almost like a cheapo here. There's actually, it's set up bishop h7, you know, taking, and then queen takes f7. I'm just checking it out now. So black might not want to commit to g6, weakening some dark squares. So, you know, if say knight c6, we play take, check, and we take on f7. Oh, no, it's not even a cheapo. Sorry, it's just threatening h7. So how would we actually defend h7? g6, queen h4. That's nasty. Knight c6. Maybe knight f3, and white enjoys a grip here on e5. That looks like a nice position, and it's probably theoretical. I don't know. Probably quite theoretical. But g6, what alternatives? h6, maybe run into cheapo there. Bishop h7 is interesting, but we're losing 2 pieces for the rook. That hasn't been played anyway, but that would be interesting, this position, if it had been played. I don't know how good that is for white. But g6, and the queen's just gone all the way back. So not bothering with queen h4. It's probably no point, just knight c6. The queen's gone all the way back. It's done the damage of weakening some dark squares. So we've got this more control over f6 and h6. But why move the queen all the way back to d1? If it moved to e2, then probably c4 is a nasty shock, and 0-1 quite quickly, winning that bishop. So where else? If it went to g4, then e5, hitting the queen, and then later e4, end of game. So h4 I thought was plausible for a moment. I don't know if that was interesting, but maybe the problem is black could play c4 to move this bishop away from f5, and later, you know, maybe knight f5 is going to be with tempo once the queen unpins. So possibly this would have been playing into black's hands. So there's queen d1 going all the way back. So as we saw yesterday, Robson's like a tactical magician, so I would be wary from yesterday's game, if I was playing Robson, for any loose pieces in the position, to avoid them. It seems loose pieces equals disaster if you're playing Robson, as far as yesterday. So yes, that was a fantastic result to beat Azerbaijan yesterday. Hi Gabrielle Blackman, hi there. By the way, yeah, that was amazing tactics yesterday. I don't think anyone was expecting that sort of you know, come back into position, but it was helped by black a bit technically. The engines suggest, but okay. So here, queen a5. I don't know if the bishop's going to be driven back. This looks miserable to play this, because black can just, if he wanted to. Well, there's some very juicy alternatives here. Maybe even rook takes f. I don't know. F3 is almost thematic exchange sack, but doesn't quite work here. Or does it? Because we've got. No, that can't work. No, I don't know. But queen d2. I was just looking in general CD as well. Just that would be probably quite nice. Or would it? It's undoubling the pawns here. Maybe it's not so clear. So what does white want to do about c3? Interesting. Maybe we can play bishop d2, because we are threatening c4. If black wants to release the tension, then white's got the bishop here. Maybe white can just play h4 here, h5. Leave the king hit on e1. Once the tension's released. But I wouldn't say queen d2 is that great. I don't think leaving it is that great. I think it can be taken on casting. I can just take that. So I think probably bishop d2. What do you guys think of bishop d2? Do you want to play guess the next move? So 50 points if you get this right. So white's play here. What does he do about c3? So that's the question being asked. What would you want to do about c3 here? Any ideas? So Naidish is the top rated player in their team. He's a 27-30 and he's playing on this board. So he's not facing Nakamura. There seems to be no strict rule about ordering the team by FIDE rating. So Naidish is the top German player, 2737. Born 1985. There's no one else over 2700 at the moment in Germany, apparently. George Meir, who's playing, he's 2619. Any ideas? What do we do about c3? Let's say bishop d2. I don't think we care about c4. Bishop goes back. We've still got a grip on e5 for a moment. And this pawn chain looks asking for h4, h5 actually. Although I'm sometimes biased with h-pawn attacks, but here it looks more justified because white does have the bishop pair as well. If we get that central, if the queen maybe goes to a4, that might be annoying because then I don't know. There's still pressure on d4. And maybe there's an idea of sacking the exchange at some point to take on d4, or just build up on the f file, and that would be kind of an interesting position. I think there's a tactical idea of knight g5 though. White's got this play on h7 potentially. Intriguing. What other alternatives? Off the bishop d2. Maybe black doesn't mind c4 because it does loosen the center a bit. So bishop d7. I'm not sure c4 is a big deal. The queen could just go back to b6, say. So black could just be getting on with doubling on the f file. Can the bishops really be liberated like this? I don't know. Maybe this knight f4. It's not so clear. There's pressure on d4. So maybe bishop d7 here. Not caring about c4. Pardon me, Mr. DJ Graham, could you please inspect rook b1? Okay. What you mean here? Rook b1? Just check.
Check.
Surely not there. I think the queen's. Well, c4 here to stop any nonsense with the queen getting trapped. So surely not there. But so you probably mean bishop d2 first, and then later. Is there coordination? I think there's always c4 to factor in. So let's have a quick check on the others then. Knight f3 being played by Nakamura. Knight f3. Okay. And knight bd7 just now. Okay. And Kobian is... the opponent is thinking here. Oh no, let's go to the next position. Pardon me. So white has castled the queen side. So white's going to try and hack Kobian up. So Kobian's defensive skills have been tested. He was playing the French defense a lot in the US Championships, I noticed. He is a French defense player quite often. So I wonder if... white's time... Oh, okay. Is that not showing? Oh, that's a good point. It's not showing. There. We've got the timing. That's his board. Not really. Has it arrived yet? Not yet. Bit of a delay. But we've got an exciting hack attack game here. That's what I like to see. None of this dull rubbish we sometimes get in the World Championships. This is like a hack attack position. Castling queenside here. So we've got the clocks now visible, I see on my preview thing. That's pretty useful. So yeah, so what are White's plans here? Well, you know, bishop d3. Let's copy this game for a moment. If White plays bishop, I mean, can keep an eye on the d file though, and obviously h7 is an obvious target. Bishop d3, knight f6, knight g5 might be plausible. I don't think with castling queenside, this sort of thing can just be ignored sometimes. h6. So we can probably get. There's a really wild game I've seen recently, a Kramnik game against one of the young Russians. It was amazing complexity to it. It was from this variation. Karyakin, one of his more interesting, notable games was in this variation as well. So it can lead to such exciting positions. And it's from a Petrov. So the Petrov has been revitalized for White with this system. So let's have a look at. Okay, so Naka's game, knight bd7. Friedman against Kamsky. What's happened here? This is interesting. Friedman against Kamsky. So it started off with an odd looking a5 in the Queen's Indian. So knight e5 attacking the rook. d5, pressure on c4. Okay, maybe it's all like fairy. Okay. We're missing a game. So what game are we missing here? Let's get rid of this info thing. Robson, let's go back to Robson for a moment. Alright, Queen d2 was played. So Queen a5, missed out on 50 points there. Queen d2 was played. Knight f5. Isn't there really a threat of just taking on d4? So kind of, I don't know if this position favours more strategical players than tactical. This position here. What does White do about this d4 pressure? Let's try g4. g4. We just kicks that knight. We loosen the whole F file. That would be like probably not a good idea. E5. Black punish that. You just knight takes d4. Yeah. We just give up the important light square bishop, surely. Maybe this is a theoretical position. I don't know if anyone's seen it before. What would you play here with white? Does this look theoretical? I don't know. It looks as though black's got a comfortable position here. So sneak critical, you're saying, what is the bishop on g5 doing? Yes, I don't know what's going on here with d4 pressure. If d takes c5, black's just got surely... oh. I'm just wondering, e5, maybe we can play bishop takes f5. Surely not. We just take on c3. No, this pressure on d4, I'll be a bit concerned how does white deal with this? But I have a newfound respect for Robson's tactical skills to get out of seemingly scary positions against what seems to be good French defence positions, in particular from yesterday. So on the surface, this looks to be a nice French defence position already. Encouraging black to play g6 does help support the f5 knight here, which does add pressure to d4. I'm not entirely sure what white does about this. Is anyone entirely sure what white does about this? We could go for a pawn sack. Let's go for a pawn sack. So we get rid of the queen.
Check.
Knight takes b4. Knight takes h5. Oh, we can lose f. No, we don't lose f2 as well. There's king e3. Kramnik is playing against Giri, and the game looks crazy with opposite side casting. Cool. So what's happening here, guys? What do you think about this position? Because there was only double pawns anyway, so does it matter about losing a c pawn? This position, doesn't that look better than the one we've got on the board for white? We've got prospects here with the two bishops, haven't we? And we've got the b file. This maybe isn't so crazy, is it? So I'm proposing we just sacrifice the d pawn. We just play h4. What do you think about that? Is that a radical solution or what? Do you want me to? Does anyone else want me to put? I thought I was going to focus on the US, but okay, we can have one or two bonus games only. So Kramnik against Giri. Okay. Kramnik against Giri. For a moment. Oh, interesting. White's a pawn up, isn't he? Isn't just white a pawn up here? Oh, there's a lot of pressure though, yeah. Yeah, this bishop g3 looks almost as the check after that diagonal sensitive. No, I think, where's the rook going? Alright, that's very interesting as well. But alright, what's happening here in this? Can we sort out this problem? What does white want to do here? I'll propose h4. And in the Nakamura game, we've got b6. b6. So a3, b6. Hang on a sec. Let's have a quick look at this. Can white play CD? Is that any good? And knight b5. Because there's no bishop b4 check here. This a3's ruled that out. What do we do about c7? Does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter. Let's take. No big deal, I suppose. Knight 6. Nah. Oh, okay. Knight e5, English refugee. Knight e5 is the most popular move in the Robson position. Let's have a look. All right, knight e5. So if we play knight e5, we're hitting the rook. That does seem to resolve the issue of d4. Move the d pawn to e5 instead. So taking... Yeah, that's an easy solution, knight e5. English refugee, has h4 been played ever before? I'm just wondering about that. I guess it's a silly idea, but has it ever been played before? Probably not. Knight e5 does seem to resolve the d4 pressure issue. White's even got bishop f6 now supported by the e5 pawn, so that would further justify knight e5. That pawn's quite useful on e5. Now that looks a lot more tempting. Knight e5. So if the rook moves, we can what do we do here? He's played knight e5. I thought there might be some compensation there in that position when the queen's off, but knight e5 has been played. So where's the I don't think taking gives that bishop f6 if we have a pawn on e5. I wonder rook f8. Then what do we do about d4 here? Actually, g4 is more likely here, or maybe not. No, we're controlling h4 square, so there's no coming into this lethal square. If the knight moved back, maybe not. I mean, g7. Is that crazy? Something to consider. Where does the rook move? Or is black really just taking? If black just takes, is that a big deal? Bishop d7 or queen c7. Right, force bishop f6. I kind of like quite a bit more here than I did before. Black can just sack the exchange, maybe c takes, knight takes. This position looks interesting. It could be 2 pawns to the exchange soon, or just 1 pawn. I suppose bishop takes f5. CD.
Check.
What is this position? I know later there's pressure on c2. Exchange sack idea. This could have been analysed. You never know with computers, this position, to find something extremely dynamic. But is it a rook f8? Okay, looks plausible as well. Okay, so Friedman against Kamsky. Let's have a quick look. Knight c3. That's probably the dullest position at the moment. I don't know. Although Kamsky's, yeah, he's looking solid. So how about a Cobian's game? What's happened here? Knight, bishop b7, knight d4. I've seen this plan before. See, because there's a little trick here. The bishop has committed to this diagonal, and it's kind of taken the eye off f5. So the knight coming to f5 is more interesting than usual. And it also keeps an eye on d6 and also on g7 if it's on f5. If g6, we've always got h5. And we never want to play c5 with that backward d pawn. So knight d4 to f5 is probably a pretty standard maneuver there. So here's this guy's rating. Baramid's rating, out of interest. He's ranked 6 in Germany, Baramid's. He's 2605. Baramid's 2605. David, his first name's David. Okay, so Robson against Neidish is, okay, we're still waiting on that. Nakamura, we've got C takes D. We've got a C takes D. I don't know about this knight b5 business. How good it is. Interesting. Maybe worth checking this out again. Just to check out forcing moves, it's important generally. So knight b5. Bishop b7. It's not a big deal, surely. Bishop g3. Good eye. There's knight e4 protecting d6. Bishops. Oh, that's getting ridiculous. No, I think he just. What does he want to do with CD exactly? What does he want to do with this? Just bishop b5 here, friends. That's bishop c6 and bishop g3. Bishop b7. No. A normal move, bishop d3. And then later just castle, maybe knight e5. Maybe f4 later. With the centre more fixed, this kind of plan with knight e5 and f4 sometimes is more effective. Okay, Harry Posner, you said rook c7. That's on the Robson game. Okay, if rook c7, let's make this central attention at the moment. After yesterday's interesting game by Robson, why not? So rook c7. It looks as though the king has been abandoned with rook c7 intuitively. But okay, what can white do here? It just looks just awkward to do that, but I guess for peeling open the c file, yeah, rook c7 is interesting. I wonder if we just take on c6. Take. Just g4 and h4 later. Think actually, do I play the Philidor? No, no, I don't play the Philidor defense. I don't think it's that great either. I play anything in blitz though generally, but not in long games. I generally I managed to break the habit of playing the French defence routinely. I played the Sicilian, but I got a French defence type position in one of my recent over the boards. Oh dear, oh dear. I can't get away from the French defence positions. Got some moves somewhere. Let's have a quick look round. Bishop d3, bishop b7. Yeah. What about knight e5? Oh, he's going to castle. Okay, he's castled. So this Mir, what's his ranking again? Mir is ranked 3 in Germany. 2619. Nakamura is 2786 right now. Not bad rating for Nakamura. 2786. And Kamsky's not bad either at 2721. Honestchuk's 2672. Ruzan the Kobian, he's 2625. This guy called Gariev, he's not playing. Gariev, Timo, he's not playing for the US. And this Ray Robson's at 2613. And Shankland, who I've beaten on the ICC, I hope everyone knows that, and has seen that Shankland win. I beat him on the ICC. Ha! He's actually in rank top 8. He's 2602. I beat him with King's Engine on a 5-minute game. My claim to fame there. So okay, but Robson is ranked 7, 2613. So 5-minute chess is good because you can beat anyone sometimes on 5-minute chess. I was trying to get the secret of chess from Ruzan the Kobian when I was in Gibraltar. He just said about playing the position. That's all he said. He's right, I suppose. You play the position. There's no kind of great strategy, generic strategy. But But I think he does treat like Nimzovich and stuff like guidelines. I think there is an influence of Nimzovich in his games. You know, he's quite strategical in his games. If you look at his French defences, I think he's biased strategically. Robson seems to be biased a bit tactically. So the exploding pumpkin. What is your favourite opening for white? I vary with whites. At the moment in Blitz, I think my favourite is D4 followed by Knight C3 as a surprise weapon in Blitz. I think it creates an uneasy feeling, I think, for most opponents. D4 and Knight C3. I think sometimes, you know, unexplored openings offer great advantages if they're not too terrible. Relatively unexplored openings, psychologically. So, Friedman against Kamsky. Let's review this again. Queen's Engine with a quick A5. That's going to be dull, probably. So a Cobian's game. Well, what's happened here? Knight D4, Knight C5, Q1. So Knight F5 looks as though it's going to be interesting. So Knight F5. That's nice control of E4. I wonder about Bishop G5 as well. Yeah. Quick look at this game. If Bishop G5 is possible. I suppose it runs into Knight E4, Queen F4. No, we don't want this position with a skewer. Maybe just Knight F5, Knight E4, no, Knight E4. This is Bishop E4. Yeah. All right. So, right. This is Black's thinking here. So I wonder if he's out of his opening book or something, or reaching the end of his opening book, or checking games from memory or something. my openings, I mean, I'm saying like the openings are like a statement. Yeah, so if you're playing, it depends, you know, where I'm playing. If it's like Blitz, then I prefer gambits. If it's longer games in a league with the Germans, there's an argument for playing much more solidly. So it's where, you know, the stylistic rewards of the openings that you choose come into play. On the faster, like over the board time limits, you can play more aggressively, perhaps put more pressure on the opponent, time pressure, more critical. But in Blitz, like anything goes, you know. I haven't been drinking Diet Coke for ages. I'm on to Fanta Zero. I don't know if that's just as bad. Fanta Orange Zero for the last few recent months, away from Diet Coke. I'm feeling better. I think too much caffeine all the time can lead to exhaustion. Well, it did for me anyway. I'm feeling a lot better. I mean, it came to a point where I was struggling to do even a video a day. I was just feeling exhausted, even just that was a few months back. I had to stop the Diet Coke. I thought it was getting to me. Oh, there's been a move somewhere. Bishop f6. Oh, that was, we've seen that. White's castled here. Exploding coming. Do I think the exploding pumpkin? Do you think the current top GMs could beat Houdini if they work together? I don't think they would work together that well because they'd all have different plans. So if it was on the refixed like time limit, like a normal over the board game, no, I don't think it would help. Is Houdini, by the way, back on the top? There was this uncertainty, I thought, because I don't know, Cosimo or something. Codimo. What's that engine that? There's an engine that unfortunately the author died recently of leukemia, but his engine won this engine tournament. Apparently Houdini didn't get even into the final, but on this other tournament somewhere, the latest Houdini is doing well. So there's a Houdini 4. So is Houdini still the top engine, or are there some other engines competing again? I don't know. Knight d5. Commodore. But if the author's passed away, unfortunately, is it going to be taken over by some others? People? Commodore? Will it have the same dynamic potential now? With someone, is another team taking it over? Someone? I don't know. Knight d5. That's quite dull, isn't it, really? But it's probably quite solid. Okay. Robson. Might get the Robson game underneath here. So Gabrielle Blackman, says Ribka 4.1 crushed Houdini on my machine. We're both set to ponder. I once tried to write a chess engine on my Atari ST. It did move the pieces legally and it was thinking moves ahead. But unfortunately, because I'd welded the kind of user interface with the engine, there came a point I couldn't improve it. It just became too complex to improve the program. And that was a really good, interesting lesson, I thought, that you kind of need to have a separation of concerns, you know, like the interface concerns from the engine concerns. And these engines all go with like the UCI interface nowadays, so they don't even care about the interface. They just can focus on the engine. You know, the interface concerns should be just irrelevant if you're just doing a strong engine. So that was an interesting programming exercise. Trying to use alpha beta pruning and other stuff, basic stuff that computers use. A6. Have a quick look at this. So yeah, Dufferpods. No, I'm just saying. No, my interface wasn't good. I'm just saying if you try and do, you know, a chess algorithm for an engine, and you've got your code mixed up with trying to do the interface as well, you reach this stage. It's hard to like improve the program. It's just, I'm talking about programming architecture, the way you create programs and evolve them. You know, I think someone's putting up Christmas decorations or something. So knight d5 here. Oh, bishop b5. He's going for that c6 square. That's kind of interesting. Let's have a look at this. Also, what's happening in that Kramnik game? Let me have a quick look at this. So c6 is vulnerable. If white just gets in knight c6, that would be quite good domination on the light squares. a6, knight c6. Oh, it's a takes. Knight takes. Rook takes. Threatening rook a1. Takes.
Check. Check.
That's interesting. Going to e7.
Check.
a6. a6, bishop c6. Let's go with bishop c6. we do for knight e4? Just take that. Knight c6. That's nonsense. So, okay, Queen d5 for Kramnik, maybe. Let's have a look at that. Kramnik. No, it's white to play. Queen. Queen over here. I don't know what's going on there. Too complicated. Oh, some news here. Okay. All right, we've got some moves here. So, knight e5, knight takes, and just bishop d7. Right. There's black's plan. Bishop e5. Let's say bishop f6, bishop e5.
Check.
What's wrong with bishop g2 for black in the Jacobian game? Well, the king's on g8. That's one thing intuitively. King. Slaughter time. But also, I think we've just got knight c6 first before doing anything about that. This would be horrendous. Look at this position, controlling everything. Surely. G-file. Knightish planning to overload c2. Alright, let's check this again. Man this castle. Done still. You still have the bishop on f6 and have the queen to cover that diagonal. Bishop f6. Let's go for white. Bishop f6 is not bad looking to me. Live game for Kramnik. Okay, I'll quickly check. He's attacking the bishop and the pawn. You still have the bishop on f6 to cover the queen on the diagonal. What's happening? Not much. I think I might go and get a cup of tea and wake up a bit more. I'm sorry for the blankness today. I think I'm in need of a tea. But, oh, F6. Oh, let's have a quick look at this then. F6 in the Kamsky game. Before I go and get a tea. So, this sharp move F6 has been played. Knight D3, Knight G4. Interesting. Knight D3. Yeah, that has been played. We take out. We just castle. And we can. Okay, on that note, I'm just going to go get a tea. One moment. I don't think anything too dramatic is going to happen right now. Okay. Anything exciting? Oh, not a monthly report. Whoops. Okay. Tea break. Nakamura against Mir. Let's have a look what's happened there. So Castle A6. He's using the dreaded A2 square for the knight. So what's the plan? Double. That might be 4. Puts pressure on A6. He doubles. Might be 4. Let's see, 94. So we've got this kind of pressure. I'm going to place rook c8. Bishop g3. Play bishop g3 to try and weaken these squares a bit. Knight b4. Or knight b4 here. In fact, if a5 like a6. That's interesting. Knight a6. Oh, what happens here? No, I think a5 is very good. What do we do about this? We get this diagonal, whole diagonal to the bishop. Knight e4. Is that a big deal? C8, b4, or bishop g3 first, pin the bishop, and then knight b4. Who do you think's better here? Do you think white's better here? What do you think is the best move? Should we try and predict a move here? Either bishop g3 or knight b4? Any takers from this position? What would you play as white? Bishop g3, knight b4. There might be a snag with knight b4. Maybe we just take and then b5. Come in like this. Eventually, if this moves, I don't know. That might be a snag. Duffel puds. Attacking direction, pawns moving. Don't know how to attack where the king is not. Well, there's an exploitable target on a6 here. There isn't an opposite on a3. This is quite solid with this structure. It's more solid than this structure. When b5 happens, is that a big deal? play bishop back and like go here to and bishop g3 and knight e5. We can IC5 from there. Well, c5 is compromised a little bit. You're compromising c5 a bit. Bishop, knight can come here. I can eye these two key squares. I don't know how much of a big deal this is. Let's have a look at another game. Oh, he's taken on c8.
Check.
I suppose queen takes. I don't think bishop takes is that likely. Maybe. The queen is supporting the bishop, so maybe for e5. Bishop f6 on e5. And queen takes, we just supporting the rook to gain that tempo. So maybe rook c1, yeah, queen b8, because it's sort of supporting potentially e5 or knight e4 and e5. Got pressure on that h2. Rook c1, queen b8, bishop g3. Trying to weaken c7, and we play queen c2 next. Try and put pressure on that c7 square. Oh, he's gone to f8. f8. What's the weakness of that last move here? I think this c7 control is a bit weaker. Queen's protecting like that. Bishop g3. I suppose rook c8 is the idea. So black's contest. Oh, no, he's dropping a6. Bishop takes a6. It's not that easy. So say black plays b5. And it's also supporting queen, supporting control over b4 here. He has played bishop g3. So I wonder about b5 now. Because black wants to play perhaps rook c8 without dropping a6. Let's see what's happening on Friedman Kamsky. Oh, takes h4. Yes, interesting. c4 takes, rook takes. I'll just f4 here. Isn't that possible? Look at this game in more detail. If f4, I don't know, this c2 though, bishop a2. What about the d4 break? Rook d8, d4. Is h5 actually dangerous? Maybe the bishop wants to stay around for bishop e8. Or does it want to attack c2? I don't know if f4, if we play bishop f6, I think there's d4 almost. Or on e5 there's c takes, c3. I don't think that actually does anything. Okay, the rook's kind of potentially trapped. There's bishop c6. Yeah. Bishop. There's f4 here. What do you guys think about f4 as opposed to bishop f6? What should we try and predict a move? If out of, or any other move, what would you say white plays in this position? I think there's a problem with e5. That seems to be threatened. So what do we do? Do we play f4 or bishop f6? Actually, bishop f6 does pave the way for queen h6. Rather crude, but simple and effective. But at the moment, c3 is a problem. And if black gets a move, then I know this pawn sack. Immediate pawn sack opens up this diagonal sometimes. Queen here is still dangerous. It's crazy.
Check.
Check. And we do about g7 here.
Check.
Or mating on f2.
Checkmate.
d4, cd. Oh, he's played f4. So he's blocked this diagonal instead. It's cementing this. Interesting. Okay, so interesting. d4 here. It's less dangerous to do with g7 now because this diagonal's So if we play like this, queen moves somewhere, bishop c6. We've got play on this pawn. We've got this diagonal. h5, continuing crudely. Is dangerous. This position h5, g4, there's bishop c6 on the rook. This looks queen d5. This bishop's sort of looking silly. Is this crazy? Tell me. Do you think d4 is totally unbelievable move to play? Maybe it is. Maybe just queen takes. Mind you, we're sort of tied down to c3. C4 as well. Just prepare d4. Or h5. And then we reserve d4 for hitting the rook. So g4 takes d4 here. That's too late, probably. As queen takes c3. This is too dangerous. Bishop f6. I'm afraid, mate. Just bishop. We play bishop e8 against h5. g4. Rook can go here. Bishop f6. Bit passive. And h5 is still looking good. Is anyone playing in the London Chess Classic coming up on the weekend? I was tempted to, but I don't know if I can be bothered. It's a late fee now as well. And also, one of my match captains wants me to play in this club match, which I wouldn't be able to if I played in London Classic. Anyone play any FIDE Opens recently or coming up? Right, so okay, we've got some dynamic ideas, we've got some defensive ideas. I don't particularly like bishop e8. The most aggressive, I don't know, d4, if this can be got to work. Let's have a look at this again. This position, because this bishop's quite good here. Okay, we lose a couple of pawns. We get pressure like this. Well, even just taking, whoops. Protect this, king d2. We've always got we've got d8 covered here. No, I don't know. Rook h3. Black wants to improve this bishop. Just bishop here. I'll just tie the queen down for d4 later. Like this. That's h5. This looks, I don't know, dangerous. Because hg and bishop f6, and we're in business again on the h file. So what would you do with black here? If you have black in this position, what would you play here? Any ideas? Should we play guess the move? King g7 to prepare the advance to the h. Oh, he's played h5. Right. That seems to be asking for g4. If we took h5. Sack the exchange. Or d4. No. 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 d4 here. Try and get this bishop c6 in. hg, bishop c6. I'll just check.
Check. Check.
Oh, hang on.
Check.
Position here. Can't do this. That takes and queen d5. Actually, on the rook here quite quickly, and we've got queen e4 check. And with king f2, we've got queen f3 check. And d4 here. So I'm not sure about this. If g4 isn't played, then if g4 isn't played, what does white do? Just castle? Maybe just castles, then queen d4, just blockade. And rook f2 if needed on c2. This is an issue. That seems much safer than g4. If he's going to go in hack attack mode or just castle here, I think just castle, because we've got the d4 square to look forward to. What do you think about just castling here? Forget g4, just castle. What do you reckon? Maybe he just wants to draw against Neithish, or get some FIDE points. Naidish is 2730, whatever. He's higher rated by about 100 points. This looks like pretty solid because of that d4 square. Doesn't allow so many tactical possibilities. This position. What do you think, guys? Castling or g4. I think I picked castling against Naidish. I think this g4 might be slow to d4. HG takes or queen d5. There's a check here.
Check.
This one. We take.
Check.
Takes like this. I'm coming in to e4.
Check.
Takes. We're getting mated on h6. Oh no, it's queen f3.
Check.
I don't know if this is.
Check. Check.
Yeah. Just castle. I don't know. It looks as though there's a grip on d4. We've got rook f2 if we need to protect c2. Can't see there's a problem. In fact, we can even be adventurous with this on g6 later. For bishop f6, the attack isn't over. Queen c5. Well,
Check.
probably just king. Can we just do this? Because it sort of undoubles our pawns. Let's say king e2 completely the same from Sendrian. Okay. You want to play king e2? Well, just this d4 business is a bit of a worry because it can get the bishop on this diagonal or the queen on this diagonal. You know, so we kick the queen first, then play queen d5. We've got all sorts of possibilities. We've got bishop b5 check as well. The rook can come to put pressure on d4. We haven't got anything on the king yet. Just castle. Gives the rook like this. Queen d like this. Let's see, is there a problem? The rook sack seems to work. What line? Can you just give a variation, please? You're saying Queen d4. The weakness of the last move, we're not protecting this, so Bishop a4. I suppose that's King d2 or Rook h3. No, sorry. After g4. We can e5. d4 on e5. Rook d8 to follow on h1. That looks as though, oh, I don't know, looks a bit sharp. Okay, what's happening in another game? Nakamura game. Whoa! Rook f1. Huh. Wow, it's got that b5 square. White's got that b5 square. That looks comfortable. Let's recap here. So this was a Queen's Engine. With and the Jacobian game. Oh, wow. Hey, what? I was dreaming about a queen sacrifice. Do you remember? I was only putting that on for a laugh, this queen sac. What's gone on here? What's gone on here? Jacobian's going to play an immortal game. We might have an immortal game here. Look at this. What's going on? There's an attack scenario. Knight and bishop for queen with a2 under fire. And the rook. Wow. Wow. If he gets the rook, that's ample material. If the rook moves, is Jacobian going to have a brilliancy? Take, we're threatening mate. Is this a brilliancy? We can't have this position. Wow. Hey, I mentioned something like this. Honestly, didn't I mention something like this? Queen d7.
Check.
Queen sac. Knight and bishop. And it's going to be rook. But if the rook... Oh, wow. Jacobian could be striking with the black pieces. If b3, we've got knight takes
Check.
b3. We've got knight takes b3. Alert. Wow. No, hang on. Maybe. Possible. Yeah. Yeah, that could be good. If needed. I mean knight b3 is handy. Knight e4 is handy though for bishop c3 and rook a1. Oh. Oh, there's rook c3. Okay, let's not get too excited. No, just knight b3. Oh man, this is an immortal game on the cards, I hope, for Jacobian. Wow.
Check.
Queen sac. Has it been underestimated? It brings the rook in very, very quickly. Wow. I don't believe it. We've got an immortal game today. These don't come about that often. It might be an immortal game. White's king safety is in doubt here. In severe doubt. I mean, let's put the rook on here, for instance. If b3 is ruled out, what do we do? King b1's ruled out. King d1, we're going to lose the rook.
Check.
So, okay, the rook moved all the way back. No, it didn't. The other rook just supported it. Takes. So b3, knight takes b3. If king b1, that stops rook a8. We've got the check.
Check.
For back row mate.
Checkmate.
Got to be careful. This position. Hang on. we just take care and then take care, so we can double without any problem. Hang on, we've got a deflection tactic here to win this rook. We've got to be careful how we do this. I wonder, just G6, H6, G6, G6. Doesn't help the king's safety that much. Okay, tricky. Let me just take this guy. B4. What's going on here for B4? Try and strike at B2. Well, he's taken. Right, take here. I suppose take here. So king B1, I suppose. King D1. Let's try and rule out king D1. Just try and rule it out. And this bishop takes G2 here for bishop F3. Looks really unpleasant, because then that would be more effective. Rook A1, just to get this F3 check in later. If king B1, so rook A8, we've got rook E8 check. So what does black do here? Let's have a look at this position. There's rook A7. If we take here knight E. No, maybe rook A7, because play this. Rook A7. What's the matter with rook A7 in this position? Anyone? If we take here, A8 threatening here, B3, and we can mate.
Check. Checkmate.
Isn't this good? Black's threatening to double and mate on A1. I don't understand, why is there talk of a draw here? How is White's king safety here? It doesn't matter what engines say about the position. They're seeing millions of positions a second, finding the best moves. It's beyond human capability. It seems easier to play for Black here. These double pawns might not be helping White's king safety. on king b1, no, rook f a8. I think there's rook e8 check. We can deflect that rook, and that's not clear, is it? We've just lost our attack. So I'm saying rook a7. The beauty of the rook on the a file is when its partner joins, surely, for rook a1. Sorry, is there a delay or something? Did you not get it? Sorry, I'm just saying, king b1. Here we just got rook e8 check. Just deflecting the rook. And then we take here. Yeah? Well, there's a lot of imbalances in the Berlin defence, isn't there? You've got to factor in king safety versus the bishop pair structure. All the imbalances are really hard to understand. I think rook a7 or rook 8. Hang on, rook a4 is on the bishop. There's b3. Okay, 7. Queen e2. Oh, that's a fun killer. That's another fun killer. Queen e3, right, so there's always rook e8. So queen e3, so it's got rook e8 on rook a8, rook e8. F5, we can g7. This is bishop e6.
Check. Check. Check.
.96, okay, 96. It takes. I have to move that.
Check. Check.
Queen E7. .94. Take. Bitch rook to A8. Oh, this one. That one? No, there was always rook E8 check to deflect the rook on A2. You couldn't play the rook at F8 anyway. I don't know. Oh, can I extend a thanks to people from YouTube who have become full members on my own correspondence chess server recently? Gary Casterside, thank you very much. I see you became a full member of chessworld.net. Yeah, I mean, my main sort of chess, you know, business venture is with chessworld.net, and it gives me the time and capability to do chess videos on YouTube, which I started about 5 years ago. But if you'd like to sort of indirectly support the YouTube channel, yeah, if you check out, you know, letsplaychess.com or chessworld.net, I'd really appreciate it. You know, your support there. If some of you can, it's, you know, paid to become a full member there. It's only £20 a year, or less than about $28 in US dollars per year. So you get a lot of stuff. I've been working on it for about 13 years. Yes, it can be improved. I'll be looking to improve it when I get the motivation to improve it. But I like doing videos on YouTube as well. Okay, quick plug on my chess server. This interface is from the Internet Chess Club. This is chessclub.com, and I'm friendly with the owners of chessclub.com. I'm friendly with the owners of some other servers, ChessCube and playchess.com. I'll be doing a radio show later on playchess.com. Okay, just want to let you know. Probably a summary of some of the interesting games at about 8 o'clock or so, from 8 o'clock UK time. I'll probably check out in summary some of the more interesting games looked at here, and this might be one of them in the last few days. So Queen E3, okay, it's a bit of a fun killer. It creates this rook E8 idea. Play check.
Check.
Okay. What do we do here? It's so the radio show's in it's 3:35 here UK time. So half an hour, 4.5 hours from now. What do we want to do with this rook over here? We can play rook F1, and if rook E8, we play rook takes F2.
Check.
So I don't know if this needs to be addressed.
Check.
King E2. Oh, let's play bishop takes G2. So he's trying to get that F3 square sometimes. If rook E8, what about knight E6? FIDE wants chess to be an Olympic sport, so applying the same kind of regulations that you apply to Olympic sports. Rook takes C7, simple enough, Sebastian Grandland. There's knight E4 check.
Check.
And is that dangerous? There's a check here.
Check.
King here. D5. Hang on a sec. Well, the bishop's kind of on a mating net for the king. Just play D5 straight here. Actually, here. We should have free check.
Check.
Got this. No, actually, we've got no, just bishop f1 check. Maybe king goes to f3. So English refugee, you got an awesome line. Hang on a sec. So you're saying we've had bishop takes g2. How do we get king b1? Oh, was that earlier missed win? Was there a missed win earlier with king b1? Oh no, if he had played king b1 right. Let's have a quick look at that out of interest then. What could have happened here? So what did white avoid then? If he had played king b1, you're saying here, check. Takes, check, king b1. Wow, knight b3. Wow, that's a nice puzzle position. I think I'm going to have to give you 50 points, English refugee. What a nice puzzle position. What a nice puzzle position. I think I want to submit this to the Facebook Sicilian Defence Ball, this puzzle position. Black to play and win, knight b3. If takes bishop e4 check.
Check.
Wow.
Checkmate.
Or winning the queen. Being the exchange up. So white avoided that rather wisely.
Check.
I think this h3 square is... Oh no, there's always bishop g3. But looking at this manoeuvre, it's a bit silly. There's always bishop g3. It's no big deal. So, yes, if you create a nice puzzle, actually, should we give you 100 points? Anyone that creates nice puzzle positions for games, 100 points. Yeah, if they didn't happen, even. But were likely to happen. I've got 154 boards waiting my move and chessboard. Just play a few of them while we're waiting. Queen g3. You're saying... So, Muk, that Veen, Queen g3, Knight e4.
Check.
Rook takes. Bishop takes. Bishop h6. I don't believe g6. I think we could play Bishop g6. No puzzle prize for you, Mac Veen. Bishop g6. Surely. Oh, is this taking h5? I don't know. He hasn't done it. He's kept control of e4. He's just playing h5. No, that's good. No, I encourage brainstorming. I don't mean to put you off. No, any ideas interesting to discuss? Okay. So, he is interested, it seems, in queen g3 at some point, potentially. Because also there's queen d4 on this diagonal. If we can have g6, there's queen d4. I've asked permission, I don't know if I'm going to get it, to sort of do a stream on, so if I'm not playing London Classic, I like to comment on one-day games, ideally not rapid. The rapid games for the Masters starts next Wednesday, but maybe, you know, there's lots of strong GMs in the FIDE Open, so that might be interesting to follow from Saturday, the London Chess Classic. Would anyone be interested in following the London Chess Classic FIDE Open on Saturday for a few days? It's a 9-rounder. Mike Joy, what do you mean rook h1 to rook h3 is a computer system? I haven't checked with a computer. I thought that was an interesting idea. I didn't check with a computer for this idea, but I think just bishop g3. Actually, it's on h5 now. There's more justification just to go for the h5 pawn. Honest, I didn't put that through a computer. But here, rook h5, we've got h6 anyway. We just play h6. Unless there's... Unless rook h3... I know, we just play bishop g3. Oh, actually we can take here now. I don't know. I'm torn. I'm really torn apart in the last few days. Should I be playing in the FIDE Open? The thing is, I remember 2 years ago, last year I couldn't really play. I did my knee in. It would have been really painful to walk. This year I can play, but I'm thinking I kind of like doing commentary. I think I might be a commentator rather than a player from that. I don't know. The thought of spending a whole day on one game rather than doing commentary, I don't know. I think I might just be shifting on the commentary side. If there's interest in the commentary, I know it's more social than playing. What do we do here with the queen? I mean, what do we do with this? This looks powerful here. Rook h1 as it goes. So we're just in time with rook h3. So we move this. I don't know. Bishop f3. Move the queen somewhere. Where do we move the queen? Yeah, because we're going to get the queen in trouble here. Going to have an issue with d1. Alright, this, we've got d5 for knight e4 check. If hg, we just, oh no, this is starting to get really dangerous for black's king safety. I think the check is not helping. We will move the rook and and black seems to be winning here. In fact, just rook check.
Check.
Is mating. You know what? Can I ask, what do you reckon's wrong with rook h1 in this position? Does anyone see a problem with rook h1? So h6. Okay, queen g3. We've got a check.
Check.
Takes h6. Got bishop g6. Doesn't seem that bad for black. Two rooks against the queen is always good, usually, as a generalization. Not always. I mean, usually it's good to have two rooks against the queen. So would you guys prefer me to be a commentator for the London Chess Classic FIDE Open or playing it? I think playing in it, you see, the problem that I had, the specific problem for me playing in it 2 years ago, I tried to do videos in the time, like in the mornings, and I was exhausted by about just a few rounds in. I was totally exhausted. I've just got a massive temptation to try and do videos while I'm playing in a FIDE event, and you've really got to take them like very, very seriously. I think that's my problem. I suspect I can't help being a YouTuber, basically, and that's not good really. If you're trying to take a tournament seriously. Oh, he has played rook h1. It seems this is a good idea to get the bishop back, and then we can take that pawn. If we try rook e8 out of interest, doesn't actually threaten anything. If we try h6, we play rook h3. I don't think we can do this. Let's take the queen. I don't think we can do this. We just take here. I don't know. I don't know. I do get to play chess still in my club games, and this year I've done well in the Hertfordshire League so far. 220 ECF rating performance over 5 games. So 4 wins, 1 loss, and that was just on a German adjudication. I was actually in a reasonable position to play on if it was playing on, but I went for a silly adjudication option, so I was like -2. I had to resign. I thought it was just going to come out as a loss, but in practical terms, it seems even a fighting game. So, and I've had 2 wins for Muswell Hill. So basically, I've had so far in over the board for the club, I've had +6, -1. And basically, I'm just using all the same ideas as previous years. just with more open-mindedness, what I call open-mindedness, to say, look, there's no golden bullet around chess at all. Anything you do in terms of thinking, there's a downside. If you're thinking positionally, there's a downside. You're going to miss tactics. If you're thinking tactically, there's a downside. And I think for me, that's helped me this season, it seems, to put more work in. It had the effect of, well, you've got to put more work in positionally, tactically. Everything can help, if you put the work in at the board. So I think this golden bullet thing I've been chasing for years, it just comes down to putting the work in. Maybe every idea might be useful in the position. People obsess about endless tactical training. There's a downside, positional play endgames. I think you've got to have that idea. There's a downside to anything. No golden bullet. Although tactics statistically win games a lot, I still think that's not a golden bullet. Puzzle training. Although Kasparov, apparently, when he was young, I'm talking like less than 12, apparently he wasn't just doing puzzles, he was doing compositions. That came out in one of the videos. He found it interesting to actually try and solve compositions, which are a lot tougher than chess puzzles. Compositions by composers, lot tougher, and apparently Kasparov was training on those. So that's quite an incredible idea, to train on compositions. Oh, bishop h6. Oh, right. So if takes, we've got queen g3. Queen g3 check. No. That's sake. He's played h6. h3, rook h3. Yeah, the Houdini Immortal game against Rybka is I don't know. I went crazy at the time of that annotation with the concept of spectator pieces, and apparently some people hated that I kept saying spectator pieces, but I think there were some good aspects of that video which some people liked, and the Houdini person seemed to like it. Robert Houdart, sorry, what's his name? But anyway, the author of Houdini seemed to like that video. Ah, F3. We didn't see F3, did we? Oh, well, I didn't mention it. F3. Wow. Oh no. Black's got loose pieces here. Off the rook takes Queen E2. Loose piece alert. Could be the start of a disaster. Or is anything stronger? Well, I think we have to HG.
Check.
We are the exchange up. There's 2 pawns, more than 2 pawns, 3 pawns for the exchange. Black might be okay there. I think spectator pieces are a side effect quite often. If you look at games with gambits, if one side's got a huge development initiative, it's like the opposing pieces sometimes are in their start positions. They haven't moved their spectators to the attack. That's often a side effect, I think, of gambit play. Well, this is too interesting for the moment. Queen E2. Hang on, Queen E2. Is that a move or HG? Queen E2. take here. Take G6. Oh, Queen D4, yeah, sorry. Mech, Veen, yeah, Queen D4. That's more to the point. Just threatening G7. That's crushing. Oh, blimey, isn't it? On 96 we just take that. On F6 we play rook to G7 check. Actually we're winning this bishop. Oh, God. What are you doing about G7? Whoa! What? Rook D3! Oh! Oh man! All right, what's happening? Takes. Take with the queen. Take here.
Check.
Takes. HG we got.
Check.
Check. Oh, hang on. Just, like, we've got a load of pawns here. We've got an army of pawns. We're on the bishop. We can take here.
Check.
Like the bishop is good. Generally. We got an H pawn. We got an H pawn. H pawn. Queening. I think you might have missed it, to be honest. It's just a human. Humans miss tactics like that. Maybe he just thought Akobian. Maybe he just thought Akobian blundered. Oh man, it looks as though he might have thought this was a blunder or something. I mean, it's so crushing, so tempting to use the H pawn to coordinate with the queen. I mean, that's a tactic. Surely that's quite missable. It's another puzzle thing.
Check.
Brutality of forcing moves. Forcing moves. Docking computer. Do you remember what I was going on about docking computer? Seems it can transform positions which are tricky. He's taken with the queen.
check.
So knight takes is on that. So that was taken. We just got loads of pawns. Do we want to keep these pawns together? Well, we can't move this without losing that one. Just, I don't know, G6. No, we want to take this guy off. Probably want to take this guy off because it is like threatening to come here. We take this. We got this one. A bit fractured. Okay, hang on a sec. So now we've got loads of fractures. What about just rook c8? Just to keep the structure. Rook c8. Okay, rook e3. So he's now threatening rook g3. Let's play g6. Well, just g6. Keep the structure. And the bishop can go to f5. And once here, also then f6 and king f7. Get the bishop to f5 on this diagonal. And then we get the rook kind of over here later. We want to keep the structure, surely, here as well. And this is a tactical reason for not playing g6. If g6, bishop, does that matter? Bishop coming over here. f5. We've got f5. Oh, it's bishop d5. Bishop d5. So rook g3, g6. hg. Bishop e6. And then d5. And then c5. Get the pawns going. Get the pawns here off the diagonal. So rook g3, g6, bishop g5. What about f5 here? Just for king f7. Looks good to me. f5. Because you don't really want bishop f6, do you? So f5. What do you think about that? Or, hang on, there's rook e3 here. No. That's not good. No, we don't want to allow infiltration. There's bishop f7, rook e7. No. Tricky. Okay. Maybe not f5. Just bishop e6. Bishop f6 doesn't matter. We'll play d5 and c5 here. I think later we can evict this guy. Later. Right, what's going on here? So, sorry, pardon me. Let's sending off an email there. D4 was played. Okay, D4. Forget rook e3. Whatever. Oh, I'm going to have to copy the game. Let's get the sync. Let's see what happened here. Rook d3. So let's go slowly. C takes. Rook c8. Rook e3. Bishop d5. Rook g3. g6. King f8. Rook e3. Bishop e6. d4. d5. So it looks as though black is comfortably 3 pawns up. I think this is a good day for the US on this board. 3 pawns up is the first simple evaluation of the position. And we're even going to play c5. Even going to put pressure on d4 maybe, or just b4 later. Okay, rook e1. It's beautiful to play. 3 pawns up. Surely this is going to be fun. Ah, the king's coming over here. Is it? King's going to do something naughty. Yeah. I'm not sure what happens if the king goes over there. Doesn't do anything particularly. Yeah, we can do anything. Oh, we can put the king over here. And we can play rook a2, we can play c5, even b4 later. It's all good. I think Jacobian might be winning with the black pieces. Amazing. Let's look at another game for a moment. Nakamura, what's happening here? Delicate maneuvers. Ah! Wow, this is a positional Nakamura game. Bit of a paradox there, but it seems to be a positional game. There's rook h4 to put pressure on e4, g5. I don't know if that's like only move there. Let's have a look at this. If rook h4 and g5, mission accomplished. Friedman against Kamsky. This looks good, doubling on that c file. Wow, this looks a juicy square, c4. I think the US team are playing fantastic with the black pieces today. Absolutely fantastic position. It looks like this knight's beautiful on c4. I really like knights on c4 like this, actually. There was a game Adams beat Kasparov in a simultaneous. He got a fantastic use of a c4 square later, like this. It's like Nimzovich knights. I think there was a classic game with Nimzovich with a fantastic knight on c4. Oh my word. This is a hack attack. Is Nidish going to be hacked? Blimey. If Robson beats Nidish, that would be amazing. 27-30. It would be a scalp, sort of. So rook h7 check looks dangerous. Or rook takes g6. Or bishop f6 first. And then rook h7 check. I suppose the queen's always got f8. Sort of a pawn comes down potentially. No, that's too slow. Queen f8 just loses, I think, actually. Bishop f6 is threatening. Rook h7. Too much pressure on g7 here. Black's getting hacked, isn't he? He just loses g6 like that. Okay. He's getting hacked. I don't know about queen f8. Queen f8, I don't know, bishop f6. I don't know what black does here. It's unpleasant. Ah. Hi Roy. Roy's one of the heads of the ICC, Internet Chess Club. Thank you, Roy, for letting me stream from the Internet Chess Club. I'm focusing on the US team in particular today and on recent days. It seems to be a very, very good day for the US at the moment. Cobian's several pawns up. Robson's got this raging attack, it seems, on the dark squares. Kamsky's got a hugely entrenched knight on c4. So that leaves, who does that leave? Nakamura's got some sort of positional grinds going on. I mean, he's got potential for getting more central pawns with king e2 and f3. Get the central pawns going at some point. Maybe f3. But I think for hack attack fun, let's have a look at this. Queen a4. So queen a4. So hitting c2, but it's off the dark squares. The queen's not going to be on the dark squares. Oh, there's some cheapos for queen c2 now. And this bishop is eyeing c2. So king d2, we've got rook takes g5. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a pain. If we act immediately for an attack with rook h7 check.
Check.
Take.
Check.
Now king f8, bishop h6 check. Winning. We're just winning there.
Check.
But if we kind of play rook g7 and check here.
Check.
Actually, black's covering that e8 square. But we can maybe king d2 now. And bishop f6. coming up. Ah, tactically cunning Roy. Sorry, not Roy. Robson has played King F1. King F1. What's going on? What's going on here? Queen takes C2. Oh, what's going on? Check.
Check.
It's away from the E8 square, so that improves this variation with Queen E8 check. So here we've got Queen E8 check. Does that matter? No, look F8. Oh no, E6 drops. It's a raging sort of hack attack. I would draw at least. Probably. Rook H7. King E8. I don't think we can do this.
Check.
Always put the queen on H6.
Check.
I think Rook H7 threat. So I don't know. Queen takes C2 might be a bit too away from critical defensive square. But the queen fundamentally is on a light square now, and white's got more strength on the dark squares. So I don't know if Queen A4 is. I suppose that we have to investigate this again.
Check. Check.
Sort of position. And check.
Check.
I suppose just Rook G6, perpetual check. There could be a perpetual check.
Check. Check.
Because here, how does white? If white plays bishop f6, then we got a check here. Winning g4 might be a perpetual check. Is there anything better than Rook h7? Rook takes g6. Let's try this. Rook g6. Hang on. That's a bit different.
Check.
Or not.
Check.
I don't know. It looks like could be a perpetual check.
Check.
With if as far as a team perspective, if Ruzan Akobian is winning, which appears to be clearly, then the others can just draw to get the match point. If we after match points, fundamentally, then getting a perpetual check here against the 2730 is not a bad idea. Probably in the match situation, I don't think he can be blamed for that. On here, bishop check. This is like mating.
Checkmate.
I think just to try and secure a draw, you know, rook check.
Check.
Is okay. King E8, King F8.
Check.
Again.
Check.
Just on this rook.
Check.
No, I don't think that's. That's rook h7.
Check.
Alright, so forget queen takes c2 for a moment. Rook takes g5. Rook takes g5. Ah. Oh, hang on. He's protecting on this diagonal. So, oh, hang on. I have takes like this. Queen takes. There's always takes like this. And we've got the check here.
Check.
Oh, he's played d4. I think just rook h. Okay, rook h7. Go into these rook h7 stuff again.
Check.
Rook h7. So if we take check.
Check.
Now if king moves here, then
Checkmate.
if rook moves there, then check here.
Check.
And it's king g8. Protecting e8 for a moment. Okay. He's just taken. Now we've got queen takes c2. Right, it's potentially protecting here. So rook h7
Check.
now. And takes.
Check.
Again, this queen
Check.
h5 here. If rook g6, bishop f6. Well, there's queen d1 check.
Check.
I think better than that. No, we just take here. Yeah, that's what Robson's played. We take that. That's faster. So if takes check.
Check.
We've got the check here.
Check.
And if king f8, we just play check there.
Check.
If here, well, we've got queen f6.
Check.
No, we haven't got queen f6. We've got bishop h6 check. Robson's really dangerous tactically, I think. He can get some amazing tactic skill. Let's play queen b1 check.
Check.
He's playing for perpetual check. It's going to be a perpetual check. Or can the king go round
Check.
like here? White gets perpetual.
Check. Check.
No, we don't want that sort of position. Morning, Sebastian Granland, Toby Mac. It's actually afternoon here in the UK. It's 4:35. Right. Okay. King g2. So, there's perpetual check time.
Check.
But how? Hang on, the king goes. Is there some trick here for the queen and king like this? No, I don't think so. I think the queen being there, as rook takes g5. No. Doubt it. Let's check here.
Check.
This takes, and we've got this
Check.
perpetual check. Alright, it's king f1. Okay. King f1. Perpetual check. Let the others win the match. Perpetual check. Perpetual check.
Check.
Surely. Let's go back.
Check.
To indicate a perpetual check. Oh, he's gone to c2.
Check. Check.
By the way, if you haven't liked the video, please do. We're up to we've got 19 likes and there's quite a few watching. So let's see how many likes we can get. I'll do a like campaign for a little bit while you're still here. Please like the video. Likes appreciated. Thanks very much. We're at 19 likes at the moment. It helps for the social networking on YouTube, I think, to like videos. Perpetual check time.
Check.
Surely perpetual check time. I don't think anything can. I don't think black can escape a perpetual check. If he doesn't give a perpetual check, there's going to be a perpetual check. With rook takes g6, there's check here. It seems to be a perpetual check. With queen h5, check. Because we've just got this queen. Queen e8.
Check.
If the rook moves here, we lose e6 to start off with.
Check.
And it's just too dangerous. I mean, it's just perpetual check here. So I think it's perpetual check whatever happens, unless white can conjure up a way to avoid these perpetuals. And no, I don't think white can force a win there.
Check.
Oh, we're at 40 likes now. That was quick. Thanks. 40 likes. Okay. Great. Thanks. Any likes appreciated. Thanks so much. Some exciting games today. Is this going to be a draw? The clock's going to stop. It's going to be a draw. Alright, so okay, let's see what's going on. Should we just see if they're going to agree to draw? Have they agreed to draw? Thanks, Harry. Coming. Harry Posner. Thanks. Okay. Another check.
Check.
King G2, I guess. Or he might want to put the rook in front. If he wants to put the rook in front, I don't know. If he can, I guess. King G2, maybe there's something. There might be an issue there, I don't know. There might be an issue with King H2.
Check.
Do we just check from theoretical interest point of view? If does anyone see if there was an issue with King H2 out of interest? I don't know, I wasn't sure. Don't think they can be, can they? Anyway, so we're on these
Check.
checks here.
Check.
Right, so we're going into this perpetual check. Just Queen H7.
Check.
Draw. So White's gonna. It's not a major tactical test to find the draw, I think. Let's just check this again. Rook G7. Check.
Check.
Black can't escape the checks. Just check here.
Check.
There's no way, surely Rook G8, because the bishop. Perpetual check time. I don't think it's a winnable position. It's not, you know, the rook's hanging for a start. I think he has to keep checking. There's also all the perpetual checks to factor in, surely. So. Well, let's have a quick check on the other ones. Kramnik against Giri. Of interest. Okay, Kramnik against Giri. Nakamura against Mir. Let's see what's happened here. So he's playing for that f3. He's increasing his central pawns. He's undoubling the pawns as well. But black's got past h pawn. In this position, what do we do here? This pawn could be a liability. Let me just take knight e2 to f4 to g2. Try and win this pawn. A4. Yeah, that seals against b5 actually. Good safety point. Doesn't matter about weakening b4 here. So fixing these two. But then the knight's looking after b5. He's not going to go with this. Just knight b5. Maybe g4 and then rook c1 check or something. Looks a bit dangerous for harassing the king. Alright, let's go back to the... What's happening on... Did Jacobian win? Is that finished? Is that still on? Okay, we're going into that perpetual check scenario. Oh, this is agreed drawn, apparently. It's finished. This is drawn. So, just Robson has drawn. Okay, I think it's official. Checking my iPad. Okay. Hang on a sec. So Robson has drawn. It seems official that Robson has drawn. Okay, so Robson has drawn. So yeah, I think that was just a perpetual check there. And let's go with Friedman against Kamsky. Let's see what's happening here. Opposite coloured bishops. Whites. Oh, this looks weaknesses here. So bishop a7. Just to go queen c5. And queen b5. Can't get on this diagonal battery. I don't know. Maybe drawish, possibly. Opposite colour bishops. So Kobian's going to try and create some passed pawns. This is an easy win, isn't it? Just c4 or not. Is white going to blockade everything with bishop c3? Let's have a look at this plan, which might be used. Let's give me a miracle blockade draw. Bishop c3. So the king, if it ever goes, we get this. Aha. This might not be easy. What do we do with the pawns? Play c4. We get this position. Let's play b4 here. How is that? How is b5, b4 stopped? Isn't that? Looks so okay, if white takes, then just d4 looks good. I think that's that looks lost, surely. Doesn't this look lost for white? I mean, I don't think there's a miracle blockade. What do you guys think? Do you think Kobian's going to wrap this one up soon? Has he already won? Just checking the results. Oh, no, it's official, it's official. I think Kobian has won. Pardon me. I don't know when this came about, but it looks as though white resigned. Kobian won. Seems official. Okay. Game of the day. Kobian's game. Queen sack. Brilliant stuff. He must be happy with that one. Okay, so we're left with 2 active games now. Nakamura against Mir. So, points ahead at the moment. 1 draw, 1 win. And can Nakamura get something from this? Okay, let's see what can White get from this position. Knight. Where is it heading? Go over here to here to here. Put pressure on F7. Kind of leaving this tension on the H file. Unless G4, we just take on H4. So I think we've got time for a knight maneuver. What do you guys think about this? Getting this knight to E5. Is that a plan? Does anyone see a better plan? If we got the knight to E5, covers the G4 square, then we can play maybe F4 without any knight G4 check. It might not be desirable to play for F4. I think I might get a T at this point. Back in a few minutes. If you think about any strategic plan here, please note it for White. I've been looking at this plan just briefly. Just knight goes to E5. If Black's not doing anything too quickly, I think any H3 we could play G4. That pawn is a liability, surely. Just going to get a T. Okay, what's happening here? Okay, king e7. And what happens if we play e5? That just loses the d5 square.
Check.
I don't think we want to do that, particularly, although can't easily rule out anything. Just
check.
Really check this. No, I don't think so. I think White wants to play knight c1. If we went h3, g4. Oh, wow. Oh, rook h3. Wow. What's the idea? Rook h3. What a move. Rook h3. What is the idea? Rook b6. This is getting crazy. If takes rook h8, yeah. However, does that matter? Knight g1. Put the knight here and then get the rook over here. What? Okay, he has taken. Oh. Alright, the idea is for this quick b5, so take b5. If b3 we can take b4, knight c3. Hi, just checking the chat's still working. Alright, so okay. What is this about? This pawn sacrifice, what is this about? It looks as though the rook's set for b5, b3. Oh, just he hasn't taken. Okay, there's something wrong with that. Okay, he's just played this. This rook's gone back. Intriguing. Actually, king f4 to g5. If king f4, oh, we lose d4's left behind. fascinating. Does anyone know what white's up to here? What is white up to in this position? Hang on a sec. We're controlling d5 here. I wonder about e5 coming up in this position. Knight here. Take that. Knight here.
Check.
Take.
Check.
King f4. I'm going to round up this pawn. E5 looks more effective than before because we're controlling that d5 square. Knight d7, knight e4, and this looks better than that. And where is it going? Let's play f4, knight g5 to f3 to round this up. Aha. What do you think about e5? Is e5 good to anyone? What's the view on e5 here? Any good? Okay, let's just check. What about we just check the other game for a moment? We just check Kamsky. So bishop f3, king h3. Looks as though I think that should be draw really. I think this b pawn's not a major problem. We've got b4 under control. Let's go back to the Nakamura game. Why not f4? So entropical nature. You're saying why not f4? Well, yeah. Yeah, why not? Indeed. On the check.
Check.
Let's move the king. And then still knight e5 here. G8. Oh, hang on, coming over here. Oh, okay, he's played neither. He's played King D3. Ah, new plan alert, new plan alert. B6, B6. Ah, this looks dangerous to go for the B6. It looks as though there's knight D7. Can this really be the case? Because there's always that rook G8. Alright, so let's give black a move. Any move. Rook H7. Oh no. Put the king over here. And there's always a check over here as well. Oh, it's D5. I don't know. Tricky, tricky. If we, oh, actually, we can also have knight here to here now, to here on H4. As soon as we play knight d1, maybe knight h5. So say we go black and move, knight d1, it's knight h5. No, there isn't. There's a rook takes h4. No, we're stopping knight f4. Yeah, knight d1, e3 to g2. Bajorn Silsaf parked the knight on c7 via e8. Yeah. Okay, yeah, get what against this one? So I think this pawn, surely, if there's any liability at the moment, the h4 pawn is the liability in black's position to go for. Knight to g6. Alright, so okay, let's put a knight to g6. Knight d7, knight d1, f8, it's a bit committal, knight e3, knight g6, f4, knight g2, achieving nothing. The rook can actually go like this, so if we ever take, there's like a 4 check, good point. So this is unpleasant for the queen side structure. Unpleasant. I don't know if that's a strength or a liability. It's like a decoy pawn. Potentially, this pawn is like a decoy pawn for a quick rook b8 and b5. So, and the Kamsky game. Bishop f3 still. Okay. What happened to Kramnik game? I don't know if that's finished. Was it a draw maybe? No, hang on. Why it's a bishop up here? Kramnik won, yeah? Did Kramnik win? He looks to be a bishop up. I wonder what happened there. Aha. So we saw queen c5, e3, d4. Whoa! Why did black do that? Did he need to? Oh, okay, there's sort of bishop c and bishop. Well, no idea. Oh, let's go with this. Check. d2. Wow. Wow. Bishop up. Yeah, okay, that was the Kamsky game. Nothing's happened there. I mean, that was the Kramnik game. So the Kamsky game is let's close that one then. Kamsky. What's happened here? Kamsky's playing for a win. That looks good. Queen g5. Let's have a look at this. Is Kamsky going for a win against Friedman? No, it looks a bit drawish really. This surely imagine a draw there. Opposite colour bishops. Right, so knight e8 has been played here. And knight e8. Oh, fine. Oh, we got f4. 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 It sort of clears the third rank potentially for b6. Knight can also come to f3 to hit h4. So there might be two advantages of f4. This third rank, we can have extra mobility of the rook, but I think f3 is more crucial to get that pawn. We've got that f3 square to play with after f4. Unless there's another idea of, I can't imagine, well, actually, maybe e5 and d5 for d6. we're going to just blast the centre, because actually in effect we've blockaded black's passed pawn, so we can try and create a passed pawn in the centre. So that's another plan. On any ED we're going to be taking, whoops, and winning b6 with the knight. So maybe, I mean, there's a few plans. d5, e5. If we want to keep the knight on c3, let's just get rid of the arrows for a sec. So we want to, I don't know. There's plans here. There's lots of plans. e5, d5 for d6, or we can try and use the f3 square. That's a bit slow. The knight's already nicely perched on c3, eyeing, preventing b5. So why not just play in the centre with e5 and d5. So what's wrong with playing in the centre? The Robinson Adish, it was a draw, perpetual check draw. So Kobian won, so out of the 4 games at the moment it's 1.5 half with 2 games to play in US's favour. I think Mir is a 26. Mir is a mere 2600 player, 2615 or something. F6. Okay, F6. Can we not can't we just play E4? Oh, don't know. E5, okay, we're weakening a bit here. Is it not plausible? As soon as we play knight e4, there's knight d5. Actually, we're on f4 there. I think we can forget this e5 plan for a moment. Just play knight e2, d3, f3. We've got an added bonus. Black has weakened the second rank by playing f6. So any rook h7 check will be with check in the future. I think it adds more weight to this plan now that we just go and target h4. Let's play d5. Okay. So we've got 2-1 coming up if this is taken off, 2-1. We've got the d5 square for the knight. It would look at b6, that would be quite nice. Yeah, getting the knight to d5 looks like a good one. If e5, trying to blockade. What do? We take. Maybe knight b5 to stop this blockade. Knight d6. Take. King c4. Trying to get to b5. Protected pass pawn. Nice king on b5. That looks good. This looks good. Why can't we do this? If check.
Check.
Let's go here.
Check.
Let's get this guy. Oh. D1. Pardon me. Knight D1. Oh, it's going to the old F5 or the here. So knight D6, knight E3 is going here for that. Or, I don't know if this is a more tactical route, knight f2 to g4 to hit e5. Okay, knight f6 is played. I think knight e3 to cover g4. Knight e3 to go to f5. What's the matter with that? Knight e3 looks juicy. Yeah. If the knight was protecting f5, but now it's not. Why can't we go knight e3 for knight f5? Oh, hang on. Knight c4 as well. We've got knight c4. Whoops. On b6 and e5 from knight c4. This looks fantastic. Okay. Knight c5 threatens this one and this one. Oh man. Okay, then we run with... No, we get the two passed pawns. We just go knight c4. I'll let black have knight c5 check. Just go king e3. And just let black have these pawns for a moment. We're threatening knight g6. We bring that with knight. We've got two passed pawns in the centre. Surely. Doesn't have to happen. Actually, knight c4. Well, the knight's protecting, so forget knight c4. I don't know. Knight f5.
Check.
Yep. So he's going to just win this pawn. He can't probably take that immediately because of this knight c5 business. So he plays like king c4 first. Knight c5. Where's king going? So knight c5. Where does the king want to go? Maybe here. Check. It's threatened. King. I think we just take this. Check.
Check.
Take. Might have set free. Get this F6. That's tricky. Don't think so. That's not good enough. Let's go with a tactical plan. Rook over or something. No, knight d5. Nope. Oh no, king f7. What happens? Oh wait, we can use the check here.
Check.
For knight c4. Knight c4 to keep an eye on these two. Yeah, if we keep an eye on these two, b3. Wait, I don't think it matters about the check. If we get the two last pawns here in the centre, pawns of the solar chess, Philidor. And we're actually threatening knight g6 here. Or rook takes h4 even for knight g6. Threaten knight comes back and then e5. I think this is a useful check. Just to play check here to get the knight here to eye these two. Hey, we're up to 49 likes. Thank you very much. If you've liked the video, please like the video. If you haven't liked it already, thanks very much. 49 likes and counting. Thanks very much. Okay, so this is probably going to last longer than the Kamsky game. I think the Kamsky game looks like a draw. I think. Now hang on, this pawn is a bit liable to bishop c5s. Why did white want to lose why isn't black just winning that e3 with bishop c5? Is that really the case? What's going on here? Did Kamsky win? Just checking if Kamsky won. It looks as though this is very promising position just to win e3, if that really was played. apparently they agreed a draw. Oh, amazing. So I'm just seeing some engine view analysis of why this is a draw. I'll just quickly show it. I've cheated with an engine. I've checked engine view. That I'm confused because I was pretty confused. If we have a look at this, there's a drawing resource, quite subtle to play. It was a draw, but if bishop c5, can you see what white plays to draw this? Top secret information here. Available from any engine. What does white play to draw this? Does anyone hazard a guess? It looks terrible initially, doesn't it? That the king's too far away to do anything about e3. So if you can't defend, you can sometimes counter-attack. Anyone have any ideas? He's still going to be a pawn down though. Okay, I'm just going to say g4 looks as though it's disrupting the whole pawn chain here. So if take, you know, we just win d5, and if takes here,
check.
I think we just still get this kind of position, which I don't know. We just play e4 maybe, even. Yeah. So g4 is the move to draw here, apparently. And then, you know, if
check,
we can have this position with e4. d4. And king. Come, it's gonna be a draw. Yeah. Opposite colour bishops. You know, once we get the blockade, that's it. So that was a draw. So it's only, again, like yesterday, the Nakamura game. It looks a bit shocking initially when you see this, that if it's not for g4, g4 is such a powerful move here because the bishop's eyeing d5, pawn chain's being dismantled. Okay. So we have the Nakamura game again. So game king f6. King went to f6. He's taken. Right. Check. So
check.
The e3. Yep. Keep an eye on e4. Oh, we can play check soon. And then knight f5 again. Actually, it all depends where black goes. Was it also knight g6? If black goes to e7. So let's imagine knight takes a4. Check.
Check.
So not here because of knight g6. We'll go king here. Knight f5.
Check.
That looks good. I mean, this check looks good. Let's check. Mind you, yeah.
Check.
Mind you, king g5. So we're on pawn. F5. Take care. Check. This pawn is dangerous. I've got to be careful. He's got rook h2. It's protecting b2 for a moment. Maybe on b6 if this took. So we take. Oh, b6. Okay. Much better. We can still play rook f2. Much better. This rook h2. Yep. Check from f2. Okay, so white's a pawn up, protected past pawn, and this rook f2 check is annoying. Chances are with white, I would say, clearly. On the other hand, if we play for this rook f2 check, let's play this out concretely. Let's go with knight c5 check. Say king g5, knight f5. Annoying checks. E4 is a bit loose.
Uh-oh!
Oh, I managed to get disconnected. Uh-oh. Managed to get disconnected. Let's look at the events. I don't know, was that managed to get disconnected. Let's see what happened here. So, rook h2.
Check.
Check. It looks natural to. Oh, knight f3. There's a pin. Yeah, rook h3. We really want to go into a pin. Doubt it.
Check.
So he's just playing a check here.
Check.
King f6. Okay, what about rook? Oh no, there's another idea, rook g4. No, that's a silly idea, probably. Rook g4 doesn't do anything really, does it? Oh. Let's play knight f3. Okay, let's have a look at this pin. Rook h3. Get out this pin. Oh, hang on, we're just going to be rook g8. And going after this b6 pawn. b8, rook c8 is making progress. We're up to 57 likes. Please like the video if you're getting anything from it. That would be cool. 57 likes at the moment. Well, this game's still active. Might as well ask. So rook g8 was played. 50 points for me. So I think he's going in for rook b8. This b6 now is going to be victimized. Rook. The rook's coming to attack b6. If knight d7, let's go with knight d7 in advance. A bit passive. d8, and that knight can't be protected. Oh, well, actually, it can be from h7. H7. Oh, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. There's a different move here. After knight d7, we've got rook e8 for check here. And on the e5 pawn. Oh, that's crushing, isn't it? Because check.
Check.
I'm going to win e5 next. Rook e8. It's all over for knight d7. Oh, thanks. Yeah, 58 likes. Great. Cheers, guys. So, 60 likes. Thanks. Okay. So, I don't think knight d7 helps. Okay, knight b3's been played. Oh, that looks like dangerous danger for the pin. And well, how do we get out of this? Okay, how do we get out of this? Let's try just king f2 as an example. King f2. And then what? Knight d4. Just take. And then we can still play rook e8 to cut the king off. Play rook e6. I don't know if this is too dangerous. This pawn is quite a menace. Something like this, d6, and we're queening the pawn. I think king f2 looks decent. What do you guys think about king f2? Or boys and girls rather, sorry. What does everyone think about king f2? King f2. So let's just get out of this pin. Otherwise knight d4 and we've got some trouble, I believe, unless is that a big deal? There's always, hang on, what about just d6? Knight d4, we've always got check here. No. d7. No.
Check.
No, we've got knight c6. No need for that. Just king f2, surely. Surely, king f2. King f2. What's wrong with that? And then we want to play rook here, cut the king off. d6, d7, queening. That's too much. This is our protected pass pawn. in the position. We just want to queen this pawn, ideally. Oh, knight c5. Ah, pain. Not so easy. Ah, king goes back. Is it repetition? What do we do with knight b3 again? Oh man. Is this going to be a draw? US would still win. All Necker needs to do is draw. So I don't think he'll be gutted if it's a draw, surely. He'll be doing right for the team to get the match point. I mean, he can't lose. He can't possibly lose. So what can we try instead, though? No, he can lose if he tries too hard for a win here. Okay, so what's happened? We've had knight c5, king e3. So the knight just goes back if black wants to draw, or to test what is white doing if it's not king f2. It's a painful pin. King f2, knight c5 holds the balance. Not so easy, is it? No time for rook e8. Just play knight takes e4 check.
Check.
And black could have chances. Just plays so black to play knight b3 now. Draw. USA wins today. It was Akobian, the goal scorer today. Varuzan Akobian with a queen sacrifice in his game. Brilliant. Showing some dynamic play. Varuzan Akobian not playing his... Oh! Oh, the game is not over. A4. What's this? Really? We can improve things now, surely, with rook e8. So we get this... No. Really? D6. This is hot now stuff. What is going on here? Knight b3. King f2, knight c5 won't work here. Rook takes... I will.
Check.
Black hasn't maybe risked anything with that. E4's too loose here. Okay, forget rook e8. What can we do? Rook g4. Oh, so there's an engine suggestion for rook b8, is there? Okay, we can take this.
Check.
Actually, we can just sack the exchange. Sack the exchange. King f2. Alright, this hasn't happened. Is black playing for a loss? Black seems to be playing for a loss at the moment, because actually we've got possibility here of king f2 now threatening knight takes e5, king d6, knight takes e5. this ending. Ah, he's got out of the pin. He's played king e8. Wow, really? Knight g5? Coming into here looks... There's rook b3. No, I like this. Sort of, almost. If it wasn't for this a pawn running down the board.
Check.
We can get our king up here. No, it's not got any entry point. Yeah, I've just copied the game actually. Lost sync. Let's just copy the game. King g2. Okay, so we've got this position. If rook here, then knight takes e5. Right, we don't really want to do that, I think. So if the rook goes to h5 or h6, let's protect b6. Ah. Okay. Okay. b5? What's the idea? The king can come over. If the king can come over like this, that'd be cool. Oh no, there's always a rook f6 check for the knight. Actually here there's just rook b7. I think Black was playing for a loss. He was trying to win the game to even the match, and I think he's playing for a loss. I think this is looking bad for rook b7. Black's overloaded, surely. Or no, knight c5 on rook c. Oh, it's got this guy again. Well, we're taking 2 pawns here. What's the matter with rook b7? Let's just go for this. No, I think you got it wrong. I think you got it wrong, Toby. I think Mir has to win, you know, otherwise they're going to lose the match point. Mir could have got the draw and was pushing for the win. And now Black's risking a loss. This is probably better than rook b7 somehow. On rook b7 there's a little finesse. I don't know. Let's have a look at this with knight c5. Does it make any difference? Does it rook b6? What was the matter with rook b7, I wonder? Okay, I mean, it goes into knight c5, but is that a big deal? Interesting. Rook b6. Yeah, mere draws. Germany lost today, and they're a point behind. 2 draws, 1 loss because Okogian played this brilliancy. Maybe it's flawed, but it seemed brilliant. Sacking his queen. Now, what is going on here with rook b6? Maybe the rook is not great there. I don't know, maybe we'll just play check.
Check.
And, come over here. Right, let's play knight c5. So takes. Gonna get another pawn. No, we're going to still remain a pawn up. Remain a pawn up. There's rook d6, maybe. Actually, is that losing? Oh no, check.
Check.
A bit tricky. Well, it's pleasant. It's pawn up. In fact, I don't know if it's going to be 2 pawns up here because rook b4. Oh no, knight c4. No, we just take on e5, and this a pawn. I mean, black's just. If they were going to lose anyway, I guess black wanted to try something. No. Can't see too many choices for black here, apart from knight takes e4, sort of routine move to play knight takes e4. What else is there? Okay, let's examine knight d3. Knight d3 might have been the idea. Okay, knight d3. Just holds on to e5 instead. Which gives an annoying check possibility. And rook g3 to hit the knight. Maybe knight d3 is better. Knight d3. Oh, there's also rook g6 check. I guess we can flick that in, yeah. Ah, of course, rook g6 check. Yeah,
check.
So if king f2, that would be with check. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's examine that. Knight takes check, king e3. And we got knight d6 hitting the rook. No, I don't know. There's always check though, taking on e5. Oh. Still, it's going to be like
check.
Pawn down. Doesn't look that brilliant to play the check. Okay, so there's 3 possibilities at least. He has played the check.
Check.
Okay, so I think king f2, knight takes e4, king e3,
Check.
knight d6, rook b8,
Check.
and then we can take on e5. Okay, the knight doesn't have to go to d6, it has gone to d6. We play the check, we take on e5. King e7, knight takes e5. g2. Okay, rook b4. Little tactic here. Oh, king f6. We've got a little tactic here. If knight here, we've got rook takes b2. For a little tactic. Does it matter? I don't know if rook takes at e4. Does it matter? Okay. Yeah. Well, someone mentioned the rook g6 check though. I didn't mention rook g6, and actually someone, well done to the person that mentioned rook g6. There's king f6 here. You see, if we can play rook takes b2, I don't know if this is the draw here. There's no check, we just take on e5. There's knight g, I don't think knight g4 check. Knight d7. If we go in for this position, let's have a look at this. Takes. Actually, the king is cut off by the knight. Rook b5. And he's gone for rook g3 check.
Check.
And just rook b3. Alright. Rook here. d3. Rook h2. King e3. Hang on, there's rook takes. Oh no, there's the knight's protecting now against rook takes b2. Right, okay, so rook takes b2, the knight can just take. Okay. The king's gonna
Check.
come over here.
Check.
Let's get this A pawn. Counter attack on D5. That's knight F4 here, stopping the check, protecting the pawn. This could be fun, because then we win the A pawn non-controversially. The king, just go over here then, to here. We're going to go to C3. On any rook H5, there's knight F4. Go to C3.
Check.
Why can't we go to C3? Can we not just take this pawn? There's no trap there or anything, is there? We can just take this pawn here. Is it too simple to take the pawn? He has taken the pawn. The thing is, if rook H5, we've got knight F4. It holds this and it holds the H3 square. Two pawns up. Two pawns up. Knight B5 check.
Check.
King B4. Things are getting exciting. The king's coming to C5. Maybe. Well, the knight's hanging. No. That's possible. We can still do this. King C5. Because of the check.
Check.
D6. King C5. Let's check here.
Check.
King D. Just taking here. Taking here.
Check.
Looks like a draw. Draw. looks like a draw. Looks like a, yeah. Isn't this a draw? All looking pawn endings are drawish. Drawn, or someone said. Is that, I don't know, is this a draw? No? Although, I remember this, there's a Fischer game in 60 Memorable Games, which Fischer just assumed it was a draw, and it turned out there was this winning move, I think, with great technical precision. There was a winning move in this rook and pawn ending. They just, you know, sometimes there's an amazing finesse in rook and pawn endings. English refugee, so it's a table-based win in 33 moves, really? Wow. Thank you for that. So theoretically it's a win. In practice, okay, let's see. Rook h6, okay, king's cut off. Ah! King a5 to make progress. So on the check we play king b6. We weave around like this. Do we? Oh, there's b5 here. Oh no, there isn't. No, pardon me. No, we just played check.
Check.
Yeah. Let's cut the king off. And we just maybe stick the rook somewhere over here. b5. Okay. Yeah, this king is cut off. We just put the rook here and we get the pawn down the board. And I'm reassured to say this because someone said it is a table-based win. But the king does seem cut off from the pawn. I mean, this pawn could be on the way. It's queening. Just keep the king cut off. Yeah, I think, forget engines, forget GMs. If you've got table base, that's ironclad usually, unless you've got a corrupted table base. It's usually ironclad assessment of positions, table base. It looks as though, okay, just to show, I think that eventually, if you know, check, it's just a temporary inconvenience. We put the rook somewhere, and we just like play this to get the pawn ready, and we put the king one step ahead, so we get the pawn dragged along like this. See? Now in this scenario, we just drag the pawn again to here. And in this scenario, we just play king c8, I think. Maybe black's resigned already. Has he resigned already? That's pretty hopeless, if that's the case. Did black resign? I'm streaming again, believe it or not, because I'm crazy, in about an hour and a half. I think I might do a summary of 1 or 2 games over the last 2 or 3 days. So see maybe in an hour and a half, if anyone's interested, just in summary form, going over a game or two. Let's just check if this has finished. Please remember to like the video if you haven't already. Thanks very much. But I'm just checking the result. So a great day for the USA. A 2-lead, 2-point victory, +2. If this is the case and Black's resigned. Black pushed it. Didn't need to. It didn't seem he needed to try for a win or anything. I think the draw was there, but Black pushed it to a loss. Well, he needed to try. I don't know. He knew his team was going to lose if it was a draw. Yep, it's official. It seems it's official. So the opponent resigned. Okay, so maybe see some of you later. Otherwise, yep, maybe tomorrow. Okay, I think it isn't a rest day tomorrow. I think there's a match tomorrow, isn't there? Okay, thanks very much. Comments or questions on YouTube? So USA won today. Fantastic for the USA. Great. I think there's a match